In either case, hello everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to more of this. Whoops. I meant to get Umbracite, not Silverite. Although I have 10,000 Silverite. Like, good lord. I feel like I should do something about all that. Let's see. It was Dragon's Blood. Was it Lunacite or it was Dark Lunacite? And it was Out of Boundium and Star Shards. Also, I don't know why I threw these crates out there. I think because I threw this crate out here. And so that's just what I did. Crystology level 9. Get those reds, get these reds. And then we need wool. And then we need cheese. Well, no, we need milk to turn into cheese. Lactomancy. That's still like my favorite thing. Is the Lactomancy. So now want some Azure Berry. Want some Ghost Berry. Get my Bloodberry like usual. I'm trying to think though of what else I want. 'Cause I did the Ember Burst last time. And like, I don't know. I don't know what the best option is. I'm gonna do some Soulberry. I mean, we've got the Bloodberry already that we're, you know, that's, you know, out of season, so. We've got plenty of berry. So. We have a gold information blob. Farmer Flan! Howdy shopper, I'm Farmer Flan, your good guide to all things farming. So if you've reached level 5 or higher, time I showed you how to grow your very own crops. Farming in this land is a little different. The world shifts and changes all the time, so we use gardening plots or terrariums, fancy shining plots to keep our plants safe. No storm, snow, or sneaky weather can mess with your crops here. Open your book of almost anything, go to the upgrade tab, look under the contracts for the Order of Gardening. Once you got that contract, head to the Book of Summoning under Crafting. You'll need a gardening plot or terrarium, a seed, and the magical Storm Sprout wand. Place your plot, check the gardening guide on it with the alternate action button. Plant a seed, pick it up, aim at your plot, hold the action button until it sights the site of the soil. Water, place your Storm Sprout wand, pick it up, aim it, and hold the action button. A fluffy magical cloud will appear to rain down on your plants. plots are powered by magic. Outside weather doesn't matter. Just check on your garden each day until your crops are ready to harvest. That's it. Secrets are waiting for curious farmers. Don't forget to peek at the gardening guide now and then. Thanks for sitting with me today. If you ever need a refresher, just stop by. I'll be around, bouncing happily and ready to help. What? Yo! Look at that. That's new, and I love that. There's a little picture of his IRL dog Teddy. I love that. That's awesome. Buddy, Rocco, Earth Wisp, Water Wisp. Pay off all our bills. We got about 3,000 monies. These are ready to harvest. These are ready to harvest. These still have 1 day until harvest. Right click for a guide. Ah, yeah. That's fine. I don't know. I don't know what to do with these yet. I really don't. I really don't know what to do with these yet. We've got some Dragon's Leaf now, some Dark Luna Bud, Glitch Bud. Do I not have any seeds left? Guess I don't. Gonna need to buy some seeds to do any more work. You know, assuming I'm going to continue to do farming. Crafting. Right, they're all in here. It's funny that the Orling is just a, like, block. I'm surprised that this hasn't been, like, changed into something else yet. I'll think about the whole seed thing. Partially just because, like, you know, sure, I'd like to get things, you know, leveled up and all, but at the same time, I'm, like, unsure of, like, what to really do because I'm not doing a lot with, like, the produce. You know? Like, if I was selling produce regularly, that'd be one thing. But I'm not. So, I don't know. This is why I bought this thing. Or rather, this is why I decided I wanted to set them up on like a shelf here. So that we could get multiple gems going. Let's do 330 for Ghostberry. And $4 for Amber Burst. Bloodberry and the Azure Berry here are both the same price, which is funny. But then the Ghostberry and the Amber Burst are completely different prices. So, whoop, we need a little bit more of these. Go ahead and stock those. And now that we've gone ahead and done that, I'm going to remember to come over here and grab a mount. We're going to grab a different one than we usually do today. Grabbing Leonidas. Or Leonardus? What was this? Leonardus. The horse. We're grabbing the horse mount. I don't think it's a pony mount. I think it's an actual horse. Sir, are you alright? He's standing very awkwardly. But yeah, one reason I decided to do ghost berries is because they are always in season. They're just up here. And the azure berries are the same way. They seem to always be in season. So I think those might be the only two that are in season all the time, from what I can tell. Because it does seem like all of the others change out over time, you know, during each like season. Like these are Meyer berries, and they weren't Meyer berries before. I'm all the way the frick out here to talk to the big blue dude. By the barnacled beard of the Tide Father, did you swim all the way here? Haven't seen padding like that since Jellyfish fell in love with a rowboat. It's good to see you again, little shopkeeper. Some memories are heavier than others. Today I carry one for the Sabble Deep. There's a trench darker than forgotten things, where even the light turns back. Once dove too far there, the water was thick with sorrow, and the creatures had long since stopped hoping. A city sank there once, and the bells still ring beneath the pressure. It is a grave, not of bones, but of dreams. Thank you for giving me a shore to return to. Bye-bye. Increased profits, today only. And underwater he goes. It is pretty cool that some of them now have, like, entering scenes, you know, entering and out, like intro, outro animations. I'm sure that as the game progresses, they'll get refined even further, of course. Although, speaking of as the game progresses, that was something that I was kind of thinking about recently. You know, I've put a lot of work into the game I'm making. Admittedly, like, I've only worked on it for 4 to 5 months now. You know, if I don't count all the time that I've spent doing nothing. I feel like this area is different. It's a little, it feels more hilly than before. It might not be, but I don't know, it feels it. I mean, there was an update, but I don't know what all was updated this time. I think the changelog literally just said that farming stuff has been, like, fixed. Like, glitches, bugs in the farming have been, like, squashed. And, like, that's basically it. But I do know that there's some interesting stuff in the works. Maverick does post quite a bit about what he's working on in the Discord. And you know, he likes to share some of the things he's working on. You know? And he shared some cool stuff. So I won't say what exactly, just because I will be honest and say I don't fully recall. But I know he shared something new just like last week. I think. It could also just be totally remembering wrong. Which is also why I don't want to like go saying like, oh yeah, you know, such and such, when I don't remember like at all. So but I don't know what I was gonna say. Like the but there was the beginning of something, and then that was the extent of it. So after that, I had no idea what I was trying to say. My brain just decided to stop thinking as I was saying the but. So not entirely sure I want to say the but I did say the but. But yeah, lots of cool stuff that Maverick's still working on. But I remember what I was gonna say. Looking at this game, and you know, the whole like, well, you know, releasing it into early access and then getting all of the support for it and things, has made me start to think about the possibility of doing that for my own game. Now, the issue that I have with doing that right now is that a lot of early access games are usually basic feature complete. Like, you know, Teddy's Haven here came out, right? Oh, this has been... Never mind. I was gonna say this has been modified, but no, it's still got this like glassy texture over the thing. I just didn't see it at that moment. So you still don't say anything there, unicorn friend? But a lot of, you know, usually when a game comes out in early access, it's, you know, kind of complete to a degree, you know? You can play the game and get kind of a feeling of what the full game is going to be like. You know, Teddy's Haven came out and it's like, okay, you know, like I could, you know, I picked this up, what, months ago when it first was available. And, you know, all of the foraging was there, all of the mining was there, you know, the zip lines were already there, the, you know, Titans and all that. All the, like, you know, the Easter eggs and stuff. And, like, the music, you know, the music was already there. And so, like, you know, you could get an idea of what the game was going to be like. You know, the music is there, so you can kind of get an idea of how the game's going to feel that way. I have none of that. Like, I have a battle system that is barely worked on. You know, because it's an RPG. Like, I have a battle system that's barely worked on. You know, the skills are the most rudimentary at best. There's no music outside of the music that I have added myself, which is, let's just say, not royalty free and not owned by me. In fact, a lot of it is Quest 64 music because, you know, the project started life as a Quest 64 remake. And so, like, there's part of me that's like, well, if I were to go out and make it early access, I'd have to remove all of the music. I have no music to replace it with, so it's going to be a quiet game with no music. You know? And, like, the battle system's barely, you know, been worked on because I've been doing other aspects of the game. Because while, yes, it is an RPG and therefore getting the battle system down is, like, important, I haven't worked too much on that simply due to, like, to feeling like, you know, it's too early in production to try to, like, sit down and, like, build all of the combat and being like, okay, you know, this is exactly how combat's gonna work, and these are the skills the player's gonna have, and this is the exact balance of the enemies. Like, I don't know a lot of that yet. You know? Like, I don't know how a lot of that's gonna be yet. So I haven't done a lot of work on that. Because, like, right now you can get to level 10 in the game without issue, which is fine, but if I'm gonna have another 10 more dungeons, I probably don't want you to get to level 10 by the end of the first dungeon, because then you're just gonna get to level 100, you know, kind of thing. So it's like, okay, so I might want to, like, you know, rebalance that and change, like, the experience and you know, a lot of, like, early access stuff, you know, you want to make it so that people who start playing now don't get completely screwed over when the game releases, right? But an RPG as such, and even more so, RPG Maker is such that pretty much every update that I would put out would break the save files of the previous. And so there's that part of it, you know? And it's like, how many people are actually going to want to play when they have to start from the beginning every time and they can't use their old save file? And so there's just a lot of things that I'm just like, I don't think I can do early access. But then I think about some other games that are out there that are in a very similar position. Where technically, your save file can't carry over and things like that. And instead of early access on Steam, they'll do here's a dev build. They'll be like, here's a dev build of the game. And they just kind of put that out there, And I could do that. I could put out a dev build. But I don't know where I would put out a dev build. Hey, this rock got fixed. That rock used to float up here. Now it's properly down there. That's awesome. Kind of surprising it took this long for that to get fixed. But I'm glad that it did. I did figure it would be fixed eventually. So... This is why I really wish I had gone to college for game development, though. One, I wouldn't be using RPG Maker. I would be able to just do whatever, because I know how to program. And two, I would have, gone to school for, for game design and, game programming and stuff. And so I would have more of an idea of what the dev cycle is like. I worry a little bit that maybe I'm, testing too often. I remember, I think it was Thor from Pirate Gaming mentioning that. He worked at, I think it was Blizzard or something like that before, and they were just like, alright, we gotta always be testing, And so it was slowing everything down because they were testing too much. And so part of me is worried that I do that, and that's also part of why my development is really slow. I mean, my development is really slow because I have freaking such bad depression, and I just have no interest in ever doing anything. Freaking, if I could just hire somebody to make my game, I would. I mean, assuming I had the money to do that, but... Or they were willing to take, a royalty over a, immediate payment. When the game comes out, you get, 20% of just all sales or whatever kind of thing, Just because, I'm so bad at getting anything done because it's just been driven into me that I can't do anything at all, and it's pointless for me to try. And I try to push past that, I really do, but then I open up RPG Maker and I just stare at it and I'm like, I don't know what to do. And it's like, yeah, see, like, it's like self-fulfilling prophecy, you know? It's like, yeah, I'm not capable of doing it. And then when I try, I'm just like, I don't know what to do. And then I'm like, yeah, see, look, I'm not capable. You know? Like, I legitimately wish that I could just hire somebody to work on the game. And, like, just, you know, be the director. So, I did ask a couple of people at one point about that, but that was as far as it got. Like, I talked to somebody about it. They seemed interested, and then we never went anywhere else with it. Let me tell you of a garden that bloomed with memory and regret. In the heart of Varn Hollow, thoughts took root and shaped beasts of sorrow. A lone knight sought redemption, only to meet himself in twisted form. But instead of striking, he wept and embraced the thing he feared. And the garden exhaled peace. Thank you for walking among those petals with me. Oh, these got moved. This one's all the way over here now. That's not where that was before. But I think this got moved. Maybe? Not sure. The inside of the little house. Apparently, the cats were just like free roam initially. And one of the playtesters was like, but what do they do when it's like bad weather? And Maverick put down these little houses. So, like, that's why that's why, you know? That's why I would love to get an early access thing. One, for the feedback. And two, because if I had people there to be like, hey, you know, give me more, I would be more inclined to work. But I don't have either. You know, I don't have the feedback, and I don't have somebody who's like excited and waiting. You know? The saddest part is, you know, well, when I first like started working on the game literally 2 years ago, like, I sought out people to be the like, hey, you know, like, I'm excited for the next build. When's the next build, people? You know? And I like asked a bunch of people like, hey, do you want to like test? Do you want to like give feedback? Do you want to, you know, etc., etc.? And they were like, yeah. And then that was it. They didn't. And I think, unfortunately, that's kind of another aspect of why I've, like, I just haven't worked on anything. It's just, I've never been surrounded by people who cared. You know? Like, I'll sit here and I'll, like, ask stuff. And, like, in that sort of, like, moment, sometimes they'll be like, oh, yeah. You know, like, oh, I'm, like, you know, I love this. Like, you know, give me more. But then that's as far as it goes. There's no continued interest. In fact, a lot of the time, people lose interest. You know? Like, when I was actually heavily working on the game, I was really trying to make it a point to see about getting some kind of update, you know, info about the game, something out every week to the team. And within just like a month, nobody cared anymore. You know, none of the testers were interested in working on it. You know, like I've mentioned how, like, you know, the artist that I had kind of just stopped doing the art for a while. And I was like, alright, you know, kind of unsure what to do. It's just, I don't know. Like, I want to care. Like, I want to care. I want to care a lot. You know, I want to work on these things. I want to do these things. But then, I just haven't met the right people. You know? Or something. You know? Like, it's just, I don't know. I do the work and then nobody cares. And, like, yeah, you know, do the work so that because you want to and all. But when nobody else is interested, it makes it hard to be interested myself. You know? I don't know. I just don't know what to do about that. In fact, I'm not sure if there is something that can be done about that. I mean, and a lot of people hate it when I say this. You know, because I'll say, like, sometimes it feels like when I try to improve my life and I try to do something for me, bots enter the chat and make everything worse. But also, like, I try really, really hard. You know? To like improve in some way, to change in some way, to you know, to correct's not the right word, but like I try really hard to make myself happy, right? You know, I try really hard to do something that I think is cool and fun and interesting. And then I'm like, look at what I did. And I get no reaction. And it's just like, okay, well, what's the point then? You know? Why should I put all of, like, why should I put all of that energy into it if it doesn't matter? Like, I want to do all these things. Like, I really do. You know, I want to stream. Ah, frick. But like, and not to like discredit Scarix, you know, because Scarix does come regularly, and you know, from my understanding, you know, we're friends. Just because I've mentioned it before, I really don't understand the concept of friendship. So, like, to me, like, to me, I'm friends with people that I'm not friends with, you know? You know, to me, like, there's a lot of people that I know that I used to interact with all the time that, like, I would consider, you know, being, I would consider them my friends still. But like, I went to, there is a streamer that I used to talk to somewhat regularly back in the day. And they were streaming the other day, and I went to their stream, and I said hi, and was like chatting with them. And they had no idea who I was. And I'm like, huh? Like, okay, yes, it's been a couple of years since we, like, talked. Like, I get that, you know? Like, it's been a couple of years. So maybe, you know, not fully, like, you know, not what I can understand the idea of like, you know, we can't pick up from where we were, you know, I mean, you know, because it's been a couple of years, but I didn't think that that meant that they wouldn't even recognize my name. And so like I was kind of just talking to them the way that I would towards like any other friend that I, you know, have. And they were like getting upset. And I'm like, huh? Like and that's like, I don't know, maybe it's just the autistic side, right? But like that's normal for me, that I can like not talk to somebody for a little while and then come back and chat, and it's like, oh yeah, whatever, you know. But I don't know, like it's just like they acted like they didn't even remember who I was. And I was just like, I don't understand how we went from talking every like few days to like apparently legitimately being complete strangers and them not even knowing who I am, you know? And that it confuses me. I don't know. But that's like the problem is that that's all the people that I know. You know? Like I can't say that I've made any new friends in years. I mean, the people that were in my D&D group were the last like new friends I've had in a long time. And like I you know, I like to think that we were friends, at least, you know, me and the people in my D&D group, but like I haven't even talked to any of them since the D&D group stopped like running. And so it's like, I don't know, like where does that leave us, you know? Like, how am I supposed to be feeling? You know, how do I like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even sure what I was trying to say there, so I'm just gonna leave it there. We've done all of our, you know, world foraging, so let's start the day up. While we're waiting on customers, I'll just do a quick check of the toy inventory over here. Also, I'm gonna freaking get off of the horse. Like, I don't know. Do I buy more of these? Like, the shelf isn't full, so there's definitely room for more stock. But, like, is anybody gonna buy anything? You know? I'm still trying to sell the freaking 2 Harspud and 2 cabbage here that I have. Potatoes and cabbage. That's what they are. Are you grabbing the dragon bud? I think so. I don't know, they were standing kind of in the middle there. Hey, goat friend. We have goat friend again. I did discover that I had not actually used the big blue turtle for a thumbnail. Hey, he bought 4 swords. He must be going on a 4-sword adventure. Wow. I finally did it. I made the 4-sword joke. That's the joke that I've been wanting to make this entire time, by the way. All those times where I was like, I could make a 4-sword joke if somebody bought 4 swords. That was the joke. They must be going on a 4-sword adventure. That was the whole freaking joke. I know that it was lame and stupid. Hey, owl friends have come in. I did use the owls as a thumbnail at one point. I can tell you that much. Oh, we're out of Harspud. Which means I can put a different produce product in there. Let's go ahead and do the carrots. Boop. Oh, boop. If he was a fox, I would have made a Disney's Robin Hood joke. It's like, hey, Robin Hood coming in here. Because, you know, animal bought a bow, but he's an owl, not a fox. So, he can't be Robin Hood. Because, you know, if Robin Hood's a fox. How's them toys? Like, see, we've like not even sold any. We sold like 3 altogether. Only 10. Speaking of some potions, let's purchase a crate of both of these. I don't know how much I have in storage. That would be nice to be able to, you know, see how much I have in storage when I like hover over one of these, you know? Or like if I click this and it's like, you know, you have this much on the shelf, like it already does. But then it's like, oh, and then also in storage you have, like, that would be nice. Like this, for example, I wouldn't be almost out of it. If I had known that I was almost out of it, you know? Which is a second crate. This looks like I'm running a little low. These... that should do for some stock. Whoa. I like grabbed the axes through like 2 other items. I think or not axes, the swords were like behind 2 crates here. But then I ended up picking up the swords instead. Somehow. Not seeing any nighttime. Whoops. Not seeing any nighttime events. Pretty sure they usually would have spawned by now. Considering what, like, when I've seen them before. So 1835. Like, look at this. I still have the 2 cabbage. I've sold, what, 4 dragon bud. Come 31. $9.48. $17.27. Whoop! I'm not even paying attention. I was looking at something else. I mean, I'm still looking at something else. But it's alright. $33.93. $30.82. $13.91. Eggs and jam, huh? Eggs and jam. Definitely gonna want more of those. Good lord. I need to buy yet more of those. I bought 2 crates. Though, I suppose I only had, you know, 2 bows left. And 2 crates would have been enough to fill that up. So, like, look at this. It's like I barely sold any of the toys. Nope. That would be good. I don't know, the toys don't seem particularly popular. Like, the toys and the produce don't seem particularly popular. I'm sure they would be if, like, that was all I was selling. But it's not all I'm selling. I'm selling a lot of everything. But, like, there is still stuff that is selling for more, you know? Milk. Wool. Magnesite, Pebble Bright, Star Pebble. Whoops, I grabbed Pebble Bright. Sunglow, Umbrasite. Not you. Dragon's Blood. Dark Lunacite. Adaboundium, Star Shard. I almost did 2 ethers. And that would have been terrible. I just did. That was exactly what I just did. Was 2 ethers. Alright, well, we'll do that then. We'll do 2 ethers and 2 freaking gems or whatever. And then hopefully I'll remember to swap them after next time. Winter must be coming. It'll probably be... See, it was day 12 and that was day 24. So probably day 36. I want to say day 36 before we'll see winter. So, probably not this stream, but probably next stream, considering that I seem to get 3 to 4 days, and it's currently day 31, so... It's like really hot in here for some reason, by the way. I'm feeling like a heat coming from somewhere. Probably my computer. It does feel like it's on the left side of me. So, and that is where my computer is, so... I would not be surprised if it's just the heat from my computer because of just how beefy of a computer it is. That said, I do worry a little about my computer sometimes. I mean, this is a very expensive computer. And like, if, you know, something happens, I mean, I'm hoping not, and I'm hoping nothing ever does. But like, whenever this computer does end up needing to be replaced, which again, hopefully will be, you know, 7 or 8 years down the line, and maybe my life will have changed in some way by then. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't, you know, I don't make money. I get disability pay, and that doesn't really change at all. You know? And, you know, the government's not really gonna give you enough to actually, like, let you do more than just exist. You know, like, you're just, you know, you're disabled. Why do you need spending money? You just need money to not die. Even then, like, I subsist off of freaking Lunchables and like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Because there just isn't enough money in what they give me for disability for me to do much more. So I feel like this is a game that Sparkles would be very bored with. Like, I know that he did TCG Simulator, but like, that's kind of a different ballpark than like, well, no, he did do Supermarket a little bit. I mean, he kind of got bored of it eventually and stopped playing it. But he did do Supermarket a little bit. If you're in Captain Sparkle's sub-only Discord, you should recommend this game to him. I would actually be like super interested in seeing a playthrough. You know, seeing him stream this. Just because, like, you know, I can sit here and play it for like 4 hours and get 4 days, right? Because I go through and I'm like collect all the stuff. And he usually does like 1 hour episodes. You know, well, streams. You know, VODs. Like, he'll play one game for like an hour, and then he'll move on to something else, kind of thing. I can't do that. I just get into whatever game I'm playing, and then I just can't, like, move on. Like, I can't. Once I'm playing Teddy's Haven, I can't stop playing Teddy's Haven without, like, convincing myself it's time to stop. And the only way I do that is I convince myself, okay, stream time is over. It's been 4 hours. I mean, we've seen how I do, like, how I did, like, Supermarket, you know? How sometimes I would go for, like, 8 hours on that. I don't think I've ever done, like, an overly long stream of Teddy's. I'm usually pretty good about kind of keeping to that 4-hour mark. I feel like. But I don't know. I'd have to look back and see. I'd have to look at my videos on YouTube and see how long most of them are. And if there's any, like, long ones. But I don't really remember any particularly long Teddy streams. Like, there is a completely different gameplay loop to Teddy's Haven over, like, Supermarket. And that gameplay loop kind of makes it easier for me to be like, alright, it's been 4 hours. It's time to stop. I wouldn't be able to do 1 hour because that would be a single day. You know, like I would open my store once and we would never progress in this game. But like Supermarket, the streams of those could get up to like 8 hours, just because it was kind of such a simple like gameplay loop that even the like break in days didn't really feel like a separation in the loop. Like, you would just play, you know? I think part of it was that you could save at any time as well. And so there wasn't as much incentive for me to be like, okay, it's the beginning of the day, time to end playing, you know? I could save and quit at pretty much any point in Supermarket. But because of that, there wasn't anything that was like, okay, this is a stop point. Teddy's Haven, you have to stop at the beginning of the day. Because if you go and do anything else, it won't save. And I kind of hope that they add something that lets you save during the day. Like at some point. Mostly just because it would be nice. You know, like if I'm like streaming and then something comes up in the middle of like a day, I don't have to then restart that entire day. I've actually had dreams about that, believe it or not. In fact, I had one, I think just last night even, where I was dreaming about, because like we've been really busy the last couple of days since we have family that came down yesterday, or up in this case, because they're from Florida. But like, so we had family come over to stay about a week with us here. And so the last like few days we've been busy doing a lot of like cleaning. And there have been times where I've been like in the middle of something, not this game or like streaming or anything, but there have been times where I've been in the middle of something, usually a dungeon in FF14, and they'll be like, hey, you know, we need your help. And I'm like, give me like 20 minutes so that I could finish the dungeon. Let me sing to you in voice not of song but of memory. Leora, the girl of starlight voice, and Talon, her sworn shield, climbed the sacred peaks of Silrune. Goddess Elhara had vanished, stolen by the betrayer, Velor the Shadow Tongue. Through trials and faith they rose, not with rage, but love. It was her song, not his sword, that restored the world. Thank you for letting that melody echo once more. Ooh, that's a neat little history tidbit. Wow, I got stuck in him. Like, his head came down like that as I was like going by, and I got stuck inside of his beak. So that was interesting. But like, but back to what I was, you know, but back to my story here. Like, we've been a little busy with like cleaning the house and stuff. And, you know, sometimes I'm like running a dungeon in FF14. And I'm like, first boss in the dungeon. And family's like, hey, we're gonna do all this stuff, like, come help. And I'm like, can I, you know, get the little bit for, you know, finishing this thing? But, you know, I can't exactly stop. You know, FF14 dungeon. And they're like, yeah. And like, I've also been thinking about Teddy's Haven the last couple of days. Because the updates to this game actually come out on Sunday. But sometimes Steam doesn't show the changelog until Monday. But the update came out Sunday, and the changelog as well came out on Sunday. And so I was like, oh hey, you know, like the game updated, and I now know, you know, what has updated in it, so I can say something at the beginning of the stream, like I usually do. And so, like, I was thinking, like, Monday, I was thinking, like, well, you know, maybe I'll stream some Teddy's Haven. And then we ended up getting really, really busy that day. Doing some, like, real detailed cleaning that my mom wanted to do. So I was like, alright, well, maybe I'll do some tomorrow. But then, of course, you know, yesterday, the tomorrow in my story, you know, but yesterday, Tuesday was the day that the family was actually going to arrive. And I had like woken up pretty early, and so I was like, well, I could just stream early, you know, like that might be fine. And I didn't stream early. And so then I was like, well, you know, I'll find out where we're, you know, keeping the part of the family that just came to visit. And then maybe, you know, if they're not going to be out here in the main living room area where my bed and, well, my chair that I sleep in and, you know, my computer and all that is, you know, then maybe I will just stream, you know, during the night like usual kind of thing. And then I didn't. Like, I didn't ask because I just got busy with some Final Fantasy XIV stuff. And it was like 9 to 10 o'clock before I was finally done with all the stuff that I was doing in FF14. And so I was like, well, you know, I could still stream, obviously, you know, 9, 10 o'clock. It's not that big of a deal. And, you know, that bit of the family, the family that came to visit, like, is gonna stay in, like, the little side room we have. So it's like, hey, you know, I can stream during the night if I want to. Hence the reason I'm streaming now, by the way. You know, because they're not staying here in the living room. Except that then I got really, really tired last night. I'm talking like stupid tired. Like, I fell asleep at like 10 o'clock. Well, like 10:30. And you know me, like, I usually don't even get to bed until like 4 in the morning. But like, I fell asleep at freaking 10 o'clock last night. Which also, I have been up now since 9 a.m., which, you know, isn't a lot. You know, it's 10 p.m., so I mean, that's only the usual, you know, 12 hours. But I've been awake since 9 in the morning, so therefore I'm going to be a little extra tired now than I usually am. But in either case, it was like, you know, last night I fell asleep, like, thinking about streaming. And I had this dream where, like, I started streaming and I was playing Teddy's Haven, and I'd been playing maybe 20 minutes. You know, I was doing my usual going around foraging for stuff thing. And then my family was like, you know, hey, gotta do this thing or whatever. Like, I don't even remember what it was. But like, basically interrupting me, and it's like, oh well, now I have to like stop streaming. And, you know, like, it's like, well, I can't save. So in the dream I'm like, well, you know, I can't save until the end of the day. And, you know, I have to do I have to open the store in order for the day to start. And then I have to let it, like, run. And then, you know, that's going to take like half an hour. And again, this is in my dream. This is in my dream, right? Like, this didn't actually happen. But like, in the dream, I'm like like people are getting annoyed at me because I'm like taking forever because I have to run the shop all the way through and, you know, stuff like that. I can't save or anything. It was weird. It was really weird. It was one heck of a weird dream. That said, speaking of dreams, I don't know how much I believe in, like, dream interpretation. Like, you know, if you see this thing, it means such and such, you know. I do think that there is some meaning to dreams. Like, that there is some rationale. I just don't know that I believe that rationale is the same for everybody. But for the last, I want to say, several months at least, I want to even almost say like the last year, I have been having dreams about a mall. Like, in the dream, like, I'm going to a mall. And it's always the same mall, interestingly enough. I've been, like, slowly making a map out of what I remember from the dream. And like, I can tell you that every time I dream about this mall, it is the same. You know, everything that I've mapped for the mall is in the same places. There are some things that I haven't mapped like perfectly because it's like, okay, I don't remember what's between this and that thing, you know. But I do know that it is always in like the same location, you know. There's this one store that is, it's like a library almost. And you don't like walk into it like you would a regular store. The entrance is this like balcony thing. Like when you walk up to where the library is, you're like standing. You're standing over top of it and looking down, and there's like stairs on the two sides that go down into the library area. And it's this like, from the outside, it's like a little semicircular like entrance. You know, the stairs then kind of curve down in like a circular fashion on like the two sides. But once you're in it, you know, once you've gone down the stairs and you're in the actual like book, the actual like library itself, the layout is, I want to say it's Minecraft Stronghold-esque. You know, it's there's just like lines of bookshelves, kind of like the way that they set up in a Minecraft Stronghold, you know. And like, you know, you can walk around and there's all kinds of stuff and it's like a big library. But then, if you go to the back, there is this little, like, thin path, only big enough for, like, two people to walk side by side, You know, just enough room that like one set of people can be going one way and another set of people can be going another way, and they can like cross, you know, without issue. You know, that they can kind of pass each other kind of thing. But like you go down that path and then it like takes a sharp turn, almost like an angle, you know, like a 45-degree angle kind of thing. And then you like follow the path that way, and then there's like another angle. It's like a Z. It's kind of like a Z-shape like path. But when you come out that Z-shaped path, you're in this like area that's like I'm trying to think of how to like describe it. It's got like paintings and stuff. I think it's an art shop. But like there's a couple of hallways and things in the shop where you can like buy like art, you know, paintings and stuff. And then that area is then connected to a big like flower shop. And like you walk out of the flower shop and you're like on the second, like all of this is on like the second floor of the mall. And like when you exit the flower shop, you can like look over and there's like there's like a big hole where you can like look down to the bottom floor. And like it's really cool, you know. It looks really cool. And then like right next to that flower shop, there's like a GameStop style video game store. Like a big open like hallway like video game store that just has like shelves on both sides that have just games. And you know, you can like go in there and, you know, hang out and, you know, buy video games, obviously, because, you know, it's a video game store. And it's really neat. I don't know. And there's like a food court in the middle of the mall, which I believe is on the bottom floor, but I haven't quite, I don't fully remember the exact location, but I think it's on the bottom floor. Like the courtyard with like the food court and stuff like that. And the whole mall is like cuboidal, I want to say, square even. At each of the like four corners of the mall, of the square, I want to even say more diamond shape than square. You know, not that that particularly matters. because they're both still kind of square. But like in each of the four corners is where like the entrances and exits are. One of the entrances to the mall has... You walk in, and on the left side there is a store. Like there's a hallway, but then like, you know, like the hall goes, you know, there's a straight path, then there's like a hallway to the left, and then there's a hallway to the right. But like on that intersection between like the left hallway and the like center hallway, there's like the first store, and it's like a toy shop. And that, unfortunately, that is the majority of what I can recall at the moment. There are a few other things that, like, when I'm in the dream or, you know, shortly after waking up from the dream, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that was in this location, you know? And like I'm always like, oh yeah, no, that was always in that spot, even in like the older dreams, you know? And I would like to kind of make a map, an actual map at some point. It's just a matter of remembering, you know, when I wake up, like remembering well enough to like try to, you know, sit down and map it out. The problem is that I just don't really have anything to like write with, so not that's like readily available immediately as soon as I wake up anyway. So
are you winning the game?
Yeah. You go ahead and put these away. For now. And the farming is definitely neat. Farming is definitely neat. I need something to do with the farmed product other than just selling it, because it doesn't seem to sell particularly well. But I do like it, you know. I do like the stuff. My brain is just like, nah. Like, you think you want to like actually say words? Because I don't feel like doing that. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Signs. This is a new thing that they added. Ceiling signs, regular standing signs, wall signs, and flat wall signs. Nanako. Whoop, I didn't pay the bills. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Well, there's the weaponsmith warrant. There's the snug rug. Snug rug offers recolored rug sets full of charm. Okay. I don't know that I want to do that. But we'll open up the weaponsmith. Let's see. Ooh. Azure Fang, Stone Edge, Spell Piercer Fist, Wind Whisper Bow, and Iron Bark Quiver. Okay, okay. Okay. How many bows? There's the Ashwood, the Iron Leaf, and the Wind Whisper. I'm only selling the Iron Leaf bow. I'm not selling either of the others. And that's kind of like a thing I've been doing. Like when I get the higher level thing, I'll usually phase out the like lower level thing. But in this case, I think what I'm gonna do is gonna bring the quivers over here. Let's go ahead and buy gonna buy 3 vertical weapon displays. And the reason I'm gonna do that is I'm actually gonna go ahead and replace this one. So let me store the Iron Leaf bows. We'll box up that. And then have 9 of those. Okay. Do that. 1, 2, 3 of these. And do a little bit of that. Uh, 1780 seems good. Hello, Skirks. And now the wisps will come in and restock all of this. So that should be good. Like I say, maybe they'll restock those bows. Yes, there we go. So that's good. So now we're selling all 3 types of bows. And I'm okay with that. Just trying to see if there's a way that I can, like, move the bows around so that I can have them all in one spot. think I can just do this. If I just line these up so that it's like that there. And that goes there. And this one just lines up here. And then maybe I can bring it over a little. Like line it up there. Like that. That should be good. Now we'll put the axes back first. Oops. Oh. And then I can put the gauntlets over here. Now there is another set of gauntlets that we just unlocked as well. The Spell Piercer Fist. So I'm probably gonna want, well, you'll want 2 crates of that. The problem here is I don't have like a triple. I only have this double. So what I'm gonna have to do is put these on a single shelf. Which is fine technically. Vertical weapon display. Like I can put them on this. Like so. And these can be sold for $8.20. Hello, Skirix. I mean, I think I already said that, but I just happened to look at the chat and see the hi. So I'm saying hi again in response. I'm gonna want another one of these. So let's get another vertical. Combo weapon display. What is a combo weapon display? Is that both a vertical and a horizontal? I assume so. I don't want that right now, though. Always enjoying the background streams, eh? Sylvan, yeah, I'm not gonna keep it like this. I'm wanting to line this up first. And then I can line this up next to that. And I can line this up next to that. And these will sell for $11.30. So not much of an... The iron bark quivers aren't that much of an improvement over the Sylvan. They're $11.30 as opposed to 11. It's not like the Sylvan, which is 11, versus the Hunters, which is $7.80. So, you know, that's kind of a bigger, much bigger jump. We also now have the Azure Fang and the Stone Edge. Nice. They do look pretty nice. I won't lie. I wonder if the Azure Fang is technically a dagger. The way that, like, this is a dagger. And, like, I think this is technically a dagger, the Iron Fang. Like, Jagged Shiv, Serpent's Edge, Iron Fang. You know, it's one of those, like, it's supposed to be a dagger, but it's, like, massive kind of thing. We've got the Jagged Shiv and the Steel Strike, which came here. But then we got the Serpent's Edge, the Iron Fang, and the Sudden Strike that came in this set. Now we have the Azure Fang and the Stone Edge here. I almost kind of wish that it, like, did actually tell you. Because, like, I would like to keep all of the daggers together. You know? So, like, if this is a sword, then fine. But if this is meant to be a dagger, like this, I think it might be a sword, though, because of the way that it's, like, sitting. But the daggers are hanging, right? And there's, like, 9 to a batch. Whereas these are sitting and are 6 to a batch. Although it looks like there's only... No, there's 6 here. So maybe these are just both different kinds of sword. Here, let's grab the gauntlets. And what we'll do is... See, I can't tell if that's lined up or not. I had to, like, do that first so that I can kind of see this. Okay. Are you sure that's lined up? That looks weird. Like, if that's actually lined up, that looks weird. No, I don't think that was lined up. I think I did goof it. I think this is lined up. Now that I have that lined up, now I can line this up in accordance with that. And then I need 2 more of those types of displays. And then I gotta line those up. Cool. That works well, I believe. Now we can line this back up here. Right there should be good. I've got the gauntlets on that side. I need to order 2 more crates of each of those so that my wisps will stock them. Then these are 1180 and these are 1270. Cool. I like that. When we get the Dragon Whelp set, assuming it's not 4 items, I'm gonna put them here. But, I mean, it'll probably be 4 items, and I'll have to think of something else, but the plan currently is to put them here. But if they do end up being a 4 item, I might replace this with a tall shelf. And I'll put these 3 on like one side and then the Dragon Whelps on the other side. Let's see, does it tell me yet? Or nope. It won't tell me until I can unlock it, so. Alrighty. The next expansion is at 10,000. And my assumption is that it's going to be either here or here. Because there is this. Like there is this space. There's 3 this way. But there is also 1 more layer still backwards. Right here. But also this area doesn't seem to have a roof. Or maybe I'm just seeing like a bug here. But there's something about this space that is funky. I'm not entirely sure what, but I'm sure I'll learn once I unlock it. But yeah, like there's still this entire space back here. I'm wondering if we'll get like a second floor and we'll get like stairs. There's certainly enough space to do a second floor. And there is this like weird area back here where there is no roof here. And it's the only one that's like that. And so that makes me wonder if once you unlock this, if it like adds a stairway here. And that's why there's no roof there. But I don't know. I haven't gotten that far in the game, and I haven't looked at any other playthroughs. Not for, like, you know, like, I don't have an issue with spoilers. You know, so I'm not like, oh, I don't want to look anything up because spoilers. I just haven't cared enough to, like, look ahead, I guess. I guess you could say. So let us begin the day. Whoops. I have a customer. 872. So what happens when you know, don't close your register down, I guess. Right there. I don't like what I just did with the produce section. I'm definitely going to change that, but I need to get through these customers first. Once my register is clear, then I'll go manipulate things a little more. I do like this music though, I will say. I always look forward to opening the store just because I get to hear this music. As, you know, funny as that might sound. Oh, it's a good track. I'd buy the OST, you know? I don't know that I would listen to it very much. Just because I own a lot of OSTs to a lot of games that I then don't really listen to. But, like, I would buy the OST. Yay, store level 18. So now I can get the dragons. That's good enough for now. Whoops. That's a big axe. Oh my goodness. It takes up the entire freaking counter, man. That's insane. Oh, hey, this is the guy that bought the last 2 cabbages. 29.16. Which, speaking of, we did buy the last of the cabbages. At least the normal ones. Let's pull out the Crimson Bell. Don't have those over here yet. I'm kind of just trying to get rid of all the produce. So that's why I'm like not really bothering to buy more. I was kind of like trying to set it out to sell it, and then hopefully, you know, it'll get sold, and then I probably won't buy any more, just because it really doesn't seem like the produce sells like almost at all. Like, I can buy a thing of the produce once, and then it'll be like the entire season, and I'll still have some left, you know? Like, look at this. Again, we haven't even sold any Dragon's Bud today. We've sold eggs, but they've just been getting restocked. I don't know if we've been selling a lot of eggs, but I did see a couple of people buying eggs. So they definitely got bought and then restocked, you know? I do wish that the Wisps could put the, like, crates into the bag. The way that the restockers can put stuff into the shelves in supermarket. Because I think that's my biggest complaint with the Wisps, is that they can't restock unless the items are in the bag. But they can't, like, put stuff into the bag. And every time I buy something, it just goes here onto that platform. Nope. And the day is done. Time has officially ceased passing. And the last customer to come through the gate has spawned. Of course, I'm not really selling, like, the jelly much either, I don't think. So. Do I need more of the swords? Like, didn't I buy, like, a bunch of those? And like, fall or something, right? No. Didn't I buy, like, 2 crates of the Sudden Strike? I bought, like, 2 crates of everything else, at least. 76. Well, we did sell some of the Crimson Bell at least. Oops. I need more gauntlets. Looks like we need a little bit more of those quivers. Yeah, everything else is well stocked. It seems like, anyway. It looks like I might be one potion of health short. $12 and $6. Four items will unlock from the Dragon Whelp set. Okay. I'm not too surprised, honestly. And I don't have any more tall double shelves, right? No, all I have left is small shelves. Okay. So let me buy another tall double shelf. And let me move that thing out of the way. And we'll just slot you right in here where you go. And we'll store the action toys. We'll store that. We'll box that up. Store you there. We'll stock you there. And now, oh, I need to buy, hang on, that's just what I have in store. Ooh, red, purple, green, and gold. Ooh. Dragon Whelp toys. Now see, that I think is awesome. I like that they're dragon toys. I do wish I could get a better look at each of them. But it's fine. They are different. They're not all just recolors. Or at least they're in different poses if they are just recolors. So, you know, it's not like the turtles over here, which are all exactly the same look and pose. Or the slimes, which are the same way. You know? That said, now that I have all these different toys, I'm going to actually move this shelf over here and bring this shelf over here so that all of the toys are together. And these can be all together over here. I like that. That's way better. I need some smart turtle. I need some impulsive turtle. I need some action Maria. So 630 for the red dragon, 730 for the purple dragon, 810 for the green dragon, and 960 for the gold dragon. Good. Glad that the gold dragon is expensive. I'm glad that the gold dragon is worth more. Because it should be. Granted, the red and the gold should kind of be about the same. Considering that that's their power level. So it's kind of weird that the red is so much lower. In fact, the red is the lowest selling. That's convenient, actually. Look at that. 630, 730, 810, 960. Very convenient. Like, I place them in order of sell price, which is really cool. I forgot to do my berries. Now I got soul berries. We have enough of the jams of the azure berry and the bloodberry. So let's continue our quest to own at least one of everything. And we get some emberberry, some heart gleam, some honeycram, and some mellow spike. I don't know why, but I just like the idea of having like one or two of like everything. So I liked this idea of like, okay, you know, I have enough of the berries normally, so let's stock, you know, more. Let's stock more of them and whatnot. Like let's get some of the other like versions that we don't have yet, kind of thing. So, okay, I think everything is done in here. I think yes, I see those. I see those bubbling. Cool. Bedtime. Day 32. Oh, hey! It's a Titan! There he is, though. Oh, hi! Patch is back. I see our buddy Patch has returned. He's so freaking big, though. Like, seriously? Mellow Spike, Meyerberry, Mirthshade, Nightbrush, Nightshade. These are the ones we don't have yet. Manasite, Star Pebble, Sunglow, Umbrasite. Whisper Wool. Dragon's Blood, Dark Lunacite, Star Shard, Out of Boundium. Now, if I remember right, we did 2 Dragon's Blood and 2 Dark Lunacite. So this time we want to do it the other way around, to re-even it out. Coolies. I'm not even selling the cheese, by the way. I just realized I'm not even selling the cheese yet. I should correct that. And you know what? I am going to correct that by doing it this way. Going to store all the dragons. And then we're going to pull the dragons back out. Red on top. Purple. Green, gold, and then we're going to do Maria and P on the second shelf, Maria on the top shelf, and then we're going to do wool, spun whisper wool, and cheese. Okay, it's not actually called cheese. What is it called? Also, I think I remember them saying something about being able to do... Oh, it's called a Wheel of Brunkard. I seem to recall them saying something about... You can now ether infuse your cheese? Which is real interesting if so. $6.50. These 2 things really should be over here with all this other stuff. But it's fine for now. Like, this is good enough for now. I'm okay with the way I have it set up for now. But yeah, supposedly if I get some ether, and I'm gonna grab... Actually, whoopsies. I'm gonna just come over here. Oh, I need Lavendrite. I'm actually running low on it. See that? It's because I'm doing 7 different types of ether. I forgot about that. Because I'm also doing Lunacite and Yeah, I'm doing Lunacite, Lavendrite, and Blue Sky Ether as well. I forgot that I was doing that. Darn. Nope, I want 2. Oh my god. Whatever. I was like, did get 2 in the end. Can only place milk at this location. Okay. Maybe that's an upcoming feature then? Maybe that's not something that's out yet. Let me double check the change log. Megabonk has an update. I'll do that later. So does the supermarket. All signs lead to cheese. Ether infused milkweed cheeses now shine with a beautiful glow. Oh, but that's the milkweed cheeses. Milkweed. Okay. If I want that, I gotta do the milkweed. Got it. Okay. So for the milkweed, what I need is let me grab the Veridicolis. This thing. And we'll put it over here. You know what? Actually, no. I'm not going to use the Veridicolis. Because I want to see something that we haven't used yet. The actual gardening plot. And also I need milkweed seeds. So we're going to take this gardening plot. And I'm going to put it over here. Somewhere. Once again, I wish there was a way to kind of clear out the grass so that you can have like a place to set things. Milkweed. Cool. And then... yeah, see, having this over here is a pain. I'm just gonna put it back in the shop. This is smaller, so hopefully it won't be, you know, I can look this way without it popping up. I think maybe the gardening plots would be better than the terrariums for that reason. The terrariums are kind of big. Whoosh. Cool. Alright, so now we've got the milkweed started. And that'll, I guess, eventually make a type of cheese. Like, that'll make it an item that we can turn into cheese. My question is... whether I need to do that now or if that's a later thing. Like, this is gonna make blue sky milkweed. Is that, like, then do I turn that into blue sky cheese? Like, automatically? Or do I then need to ether infuse the milkweed afterwards? I guess we'll find out. I do need more lavendrite ether. I'm tempted just to... it's 800 each. Though... 8, 16, it would be 24. See, the problem is that I don't sell enough of it to be constantly running 7. But at the same time, I'm gonna forget again. That I need to make the freaking some lavendrite ether. So. Well, we'll see how it goes. Off we go to do our daily foraging. Honestly, though, I could probably skip a couple days of foraging without too much of an issue. I just have so many resources from everything. And it's only going to get worse, if you will, as time goes on, because our, like, multiplier... like how much we collect from, like, gathering keeps going up as we level our gathering. So... like, we're gonna get to the point where we're able to gather, like, 12 per, like, harvest. And we're just gonna be sitting at, like, 20,000 of everything after just, like, a couple of days. Like, it is kind of getting a little ridiculous, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we are coming upon winter. I mean, I think it's still another, like, 5 days away, but we are getting close to winter. And at that point, a bunch of stuff will disappear. Should head over in the direction of Patch, because I think Patch gives me extra collection. I think it's ore collection, but I don't recall. And this time I'm gonna look at him when I actually freaking click on him. Because I'm not gonna forget that his hitbox is freaking ginormous. Like, look at this. Like, if I click, I'm talking to him. Like, look at where I am. I'm so far away from him. Seismic pulses, echo, hollow chambers. Moisture, 92%. Fungus presence, maximum. Creature signatures, irregular, curious, exciting. Let's get spelunky. Crafting output. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's crafting output that we get bonuses to from him. I was thinking it was either mining or gathering, but it is neither. Or rather, mining and harvesting, but it is neither. But yeah, Patch over there is freaking ginormous. I mean, I get it. He's supposed to be a reference to freaking Alexander from Final Fantasy. And the Alexanders are always freaking ginormous. Because, like, that's their whole thing, is that they're these gigantic robots. That said, the Alexander raids in FF14 are still one of my favorites. Or rather, are still some of my favorites. I would say they're the number 3 raid series. At least if we're not counting Arcadian yet, because it's not all fully out yet. It might get kicked down to 4, though, once Arcadian is out. We'll have to see. Oh, hey! I didn't even see you. This guy, I think, will give me a mining bonus. I say as I continue to mine instead. Starshard is found where wishes fell and stayed. It hums with what might be, not what was. Hold it close and speak nothing. Increase mining amount. Whee! Just, you know, another +3 on top of the +4 or whatever it is I already get. Oh, it's times 5 that I get in mining. Both mining and harvesting. Oh, level 35 is max. Holy crap. Look at that. I'm not getting any more experience for either of those. Level 35 appears to be max. So, I mean, I guess this is just as ridiculous as it's gonna get then. Just times 5 everything. Unless, you know, he adds more levels later. But yeah, I see that I'm actually not getting experience anymore from the restocking or the mining. Which is fine. It does make me wonder if everything is going to cap at 35. Because if so, then I should just go max out Teddy, you know? I mean, it'll take a while. It could be a good, like, way to start a stream. Like, in the pre-stream before the actual, like, VOD recording starts. Next time we play. I could just, like, sit there and click on Teddy while we're not, you know, doing anything. But I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess. I don't know if everything maxes at 35 or if it's just those ones that max at 35. If everything maxes at 35, that's cool, actually. I kind of like that. Because, like, it is pretty OP once you're at level 35 anyway. So, like, I'm okay with it maxing out at 35. I don't see any issues with it. It would also make sense to cap Teddy at some point. Because the amount of profit you could get from leveling Teddy up. You know? I'm already getting a lot of bonus profit from having Teddy. So let me tell you of a garden that bloomed with memory and regret. In the heart of Varn Hollow, thoughts took root and shaped beasts of sorrow. A lone knight sought redemption, only to meet himself in twisted form. Oh, hey, we read this one literally earlier. So the striking he wept and embraced the thing he feared, and the garden exhaled peace. We literally got that story earlier in the stream just today. Admittedly, I do think he has run out of new stuff. Like, he probably only has like 30 or so things programmed. And we are on day 32. And I've done a pretty good job of talking to him every day. And while there is some randomness, like, I feel like there's been a couple of times where we've gotten the same thing. So I do think we are if we haven't run out of things, we're getting close to running out of things for him to say that are new. Which is sad. But, you know, I mean, there's a limit. It's not like it's a real person, you know? That can come up with stories / memories. It's a video game. There's only so many things you can program. You know, unless you hook your freaking game up to something like ChatGPT. And I would highly recommend against that. Cause frick ChatGPT. Like, seriously. Like, it's almost scary how many people have forgotten that, like, ChatGPT is just a robot. And, like, has no way of verifying if what it's saying is true or not. Or even good. Sometimes it says very problematic things. Sometimes it says completely like incorrect things. I don't know why I was struggling with the word incorrect, but freaking yawn. That said, you know, I can't completely diss ChatGPT. I have used it a couple of times to help me with figuring out some, like, you know, writing, like, outline kind of things. So, I usually take whatever it comes up with and then, you know, create like a like a spin, my own spin on it. I try to use as little of what it says, like verbatim. So, yeah, Yeah, and yeah, that's true. You know, it is generating, like what people teach it to generate. So, and I mean that is all. I mean that is part of the hate that it gets, though, is that like. You know, it's like, oh, well, you know, it's taking from a lot of, like, other sources and stuff. You know? And it's like, yeah, but we also do that, if you think about it, you know? We just do it different, you know? I guess? I don't know. I mean, and I guess that's sort of the thing. I don't really know. Like, like, let's say I put in a prompt in ChatGPT, okay, that asks for, you know, fantasy stuff, you know, like if it has been trained on stuff like Tolkien or like Harry Potter or stuff like, you know, yeah, it's gonna spew out ideas kind of like that. But at the same time, is that not what we already do? You know? Like, you know, all stories are generative in that we as humans take something that has already been told and put our own spin on it, you know? Now, I'm not saying, like, you know, using ChatGPT to, like, write the full story itself. I'm more, you know, what I usually do is I'll, like, get the most basic of basics of idea, something to kind of stir my imagination, and then from there I go in and create my own thing, you know? Like, I don't have it right like the whole story or anything like that. I just get the most basic of basics. Like, I've been stuck for a while on the Scion War story that I'm trying to make. Partially because I could just never fully grasp the, like, full extent of what the villain's goal is. And so I did go on ChatGPT and was like, look, you know, this is what I'm trying to kind of, like, create. You know? Like, how do I take these things that I have individually and, like, merge them? You know? Create a singular, like, goal, achievement, such off of that. And to me, that's no different, you know, asking GPT something like that is no different than going over to a friend and asking literally the same question. you know? And then once ChatGPT has been like, well, here's a couple of ideas you can do, then I'm like, alright, thank you. And then I create my own from there, you know? Yeah, I agree. You know, I don't use it for art, you know? Like, if I want an actual, first off, like, I have used a couple of AI art generators, just to see, you know, maybe I can get them to create me some kind of reference that I can then use to show off, you know, to like somebody that I'm actually going to commission, you know. And it's like I'll spend like 2 hours and still not get anything that's even remotely what I want, and I'm like, nah, forget this, you know. It's like, it's not good for art. Not if you're like have a specific idea in mind and you're trying to get it to formulate that, you know. If you're just like, give me a picture of a donkey, like, it'll generate you a picture of a donkey. But if you're like, give me a donkey, but I need like this specific thing and that specific thing, it can't do that. You know? Yeah, definitely like generating art and then you like selling a product that has that art in it, that is like no good. You know? Like, if you're gonna use AI art, and I mean, this kind of ruins the point of using it, but if you're gonna use AI art, you could use it as like, to try and get like a reference of some kind, to then turn around and like actually draw yourself whatever it is that you're wanting, you know, drawn. But that would be like the extent of it, in my opinion. Like, you shouldn't directly take AI art and try to sell it. But like working with like real artists and trying to commission something that you don't have any kind of reference for is generally pretty difficult. And a lot of artists actually won't even like do it. You know, if all you have is like a description of whatever you're trying to like get made, they'll be like, I can't work with that. So now what I will more often do lately is I'll use Hero Forge, which is a 3D printing like figure thing. Like they you can go on and like make figures with their like software, and then they'll like 3D print it for you if you want. But it's also just good for like creating the basics of a character. As long as you're okay with like it being very non-specific, you know? I have a lot of trouble with Hero Forge when, like, I want to create... Generally my biggest issue is I want to create, like, a female character, because almost all my stuff is female characters. But then it's like, okay, but I need this kind of specific outfit. And Hero Forge is like, sorry, we don't have that specific outfit, you know? And it's like, this is unfortunate. You know, especially, and I don't know if this is that they're trying to be, what's the word that I'm looking for? I don't know what the word is. But like, you know, sometimes when people talk about, you know, equality between genders, it'll be like, well, I don't want sexy, like, characters, you know? It's like, I don't want, you know, I'm a female, but I don't really like, you know, women that are, like, super, like, scantily dressed or whatever. And, like, I get that. That's not equality. But that's what I mean. Like, I don't know if Hero Forge is kind of, like, trying to do that, where it's like, well, we don't really have a lot of, you know, really sexy options because, you know, we're trying to be whatever the term is. Or if it's just simply that you know, you're creating a figure that's like 4 inches tall, you know? Like, there's not a lot of detail, and I can understand maybe, like, revealing outfits not being, you know, easy to handle in something like that. And, like, it doesn't matter to me either way which of those options it is. I don't know, I generally make female characters that are, you know, scantily dressed most of the time. I like that kind of thing, you know? And so that's what I do. I don't know, you know, it's just difficult to do that in Hero Forge. So that's all. That's all I'm saying. Don't see a problem in generating like a profile picture, but if you're your own brand, you want something professional, makes sense to compare to someone, right? Wouldn't throw money at it in the first place. You just use any other random picture on the internet. Y'all, yeah, I don't want to spend like a decade of your life learning digital art theory just to make a profile picture. Yeah, I definitely get that. I mean, like, and this comes back to, like, and I don't mean to throw shade at anyone when I'm saying this, but like, I will see online artists being like, you know, if you want art done, just learn it. And it's like, yes, I understand that, and yes, you're right, but usually it's not that I want, you know, usually it's that I want art here, you know, now. Like, I want or I need art like 2 weeks from now. I'm not gonna learn everything that I need to make whatever I'm after and be able to have that done in 2 weeks, you know? But that's why I commission artists. You know, I will go out and I will hire people because there are people who have already learned all that stuff, you know? And like, and also I do have a severe learning disability. And like, a couple of posts that I've seen that have gone around are like, you can't do something every day and not get better at it. And I don't agree with that statement at all. Purely on the fact that I have 2 artist friends that I have known for at least 10 years. One of them at least 10 years. The other one I'm thinking like 20, 25 years. Ooh, Mages Guild. Cool. Mages Enchantment, 25% profits. Cool. Wow, we got a lot of bonuses. But I know 2 artist friends. I won't say their names or anything, and I don't mean to bash them. But both of them have been drawing for as long as I have known them. One of them used to do a webcomic. Well, both of them used to do webcomics, actually. But one of them did a, like, big 30-chapter webcomic where they were updating, like, constantly. You know, every 2 to 3 days they were putting up a new page. And they did this for literal years. And it's not that their art style is bad, to be clear. It's that, and they have told me straight up, like, they don't know what they can do to improve. They have done they have tried everything they can think of to improve and get better, and it has not happened. You know? And like, again, it's not that their art is bad, but if you look at their art, you would generally assume that it was drawn by, like, a teenager who's still learning, not somebody who's in their 30s, you know? And so I don't agree with, well, if you do it every day, you're guaranteed to get better. Like, I have been in that boat where I have done things every day regularly and I have not improved. When I was a kid, I did do art. In fact, I even took a full-on art class. Both me and my brother actually went to an art school for, I mean, it was 1 semester, you know, 3 months. So it wasn't like, oh, I went for years or whatever. But, like, we learned a lot of the basics. And at the end of the semester of class, the teacher was like, I don't know what to tell you. To me. Because my art was still that bad at the end of the class. You know? Despite the fact that, you know, we were producing art every day for these classes. My brother, on the other hand, had no issues. Like, he picked it up, boom. Like, he's an amazing, like, super talented artist. But even after an entire semester of art class, I still wasn't able to produce anything better than what I had been producing when I went into the art class. Like, I have a severe learning disability. Learning is very difficult for me. And I've just never been able to learn things like how to draw. You know? Like, I won't sit here and claim like, oh, you know, whatever disabilities, you know, prevent me from drawing. Because, like, I've seen people who have, like, the most unsteady hands, or just completely unusable hands, and they still learn to draw. They just find different methods of doing it. It's not a matter of, like, my physical capability. It's my ability to learn. 420! And that's where my deficiency lies, is in my ability to actually learn. Ooh, my Lavendrite ether is getting low. And unfortunately, I don't have any being made. So, like, this is all I've got for the next full day, even after tomorrow. I might have to sit down and buy a Memoria extractor before the end of the day. But I think I'm just going to do that. Just freaking get a Memoria extractor and put some Lavendrite in it so that I have some for tomorrow. There. Back to the shop. $16.52. Well, we haven't gone below 6 yet. Oh my god. But, like, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, too. Like, you know, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago? But I was saying, like, if I could just hire somebody to make my game, I would do it. Because, freaking, I struggle so much with the actual learning process that a lot of what I'm actually struggling with in, like, ideas of, like, what I want to do with the game isn't so much that I can't think of what to do as much as it is that I can't figure out how to make it so that RPG Maker can do those things that I want to do. And yeah, some of it is that I can't think of what to do. It's like, I don't know what an RPG, like, dungeon should be like. When I think dungeon, I think Legend of Zelda. You know? I don't know what a JRPG style dungeon should be outside of that. And so I'm, like, trying to come up with how to design these couple of dungeons. And it's like, I can't think of anything at all other than like a Zelda style dungeon, and I can't create puzzles. You know? I literally cannot figure out how to create puzzles. Maybe just play FF1 again? Well, do you mean 14? I haven't done 1. No, the only FF outside of 14 I've played is 10. So, like, I did do that one, like, pre-record of 4. But that's been, like, the extent of what I've done with 4. I keep wanting to go back to it, but I'm gonna be honest, RPGs do kind of bore me. I'll be fully honest, RPGs do kind of bore me. You know? I do need some blue sky ether. But actually pretty good on everything else. Oh wait, no, hang on. I'm reading these things wrong. I need to look at stored. 161 dark litosite, 204 dragon's blood. Do some fern bright ether. Whoops. Do some fern bright ether. Because I'm down to just like 20 of that. We could do some honey glow as well. And some regular lunacite would be good. But yeah, I've never actually played... The only Final Fantasy that I've actually played is 10. And even then, I didn't play a lot of 10. I actually watched like 10 be played more than I actually played it. Because my brother played all the way through 10. And I kind of just, like, watched him play it. I really don't need any more of these unless I'm gonna sell. Like, I really don't need any more of those at the moment. Yuna is a pop star in 10-2. Now see, that one I've played like none of, to be fair. Like, I really, like, as much as I really liked the outfits in 10, or in 10-2, I just never played 10-2. So... But I have watched a playthrough of 10 all the way through. Because again, I watched my brother play through it. So, you know, kind of didn't really play it myself. But no, nope. I did the one pre-record there of 4, the 3D version of 4. And I did at one point start a stream of like the original 4. From like, what, NES or SNES or whichever one it was. I did one stream of that. But then I didn't progress any further. Because I kept just getting stuck on things. Really the only actual RPGs, like, with like turn-based combat and stuff like that I have played are Earthbound / Mother series, because I played Mother 1 and Mother 2, and I rage quit on Mother 3. And I've watched playthroughs of Mother 3 and can say for certain that I do not like it, just straight up. I think Mother 3 is the worst of them, but I'm not gonna, you know, have issue with anybody who likes it, you know. If you like it, great, you know, no problems. I just very much did not like Mother 3. I thought that it was really bad. And outside of Mother 1 and Mother 2, the only other real RPG that I've played is Legend of Legaia, which is, unfortunately, not an RPG that I have ever completed, despite how much I love that game. Just because of the kind of obnoxious amount that you have to grind. Outside of that, the only other thing I've done is Pokemon. And, okay, yes, technically that is a turn-based RPG, but it's not the standard turn-based RPG, you know? So I often forget that Pokemon is actually an RPG. Because it's so different from like any other RPG, you know? But it is technically an RPG. So. But I just didn't grow up with those kinds of games, honestly. Like, the games that I grew up with were like Quest 64 is technically an RPG. It's not a very good one. Gameplay wise. The story is non-existent, but if the story was existent, it would be actually pretty good. You can see where there was supposed to be a story, and there just was not because of development reasons. So, But yeah, Quest 64 is... Quest 64 is one of those games that I think could use a remake, and I think it would be an excellent game after being remade. So... Oh, I guess also, cause I just thought of this, Lunar. I have played some of both Lunar 1 and 2. I've never actually beat either of them on the PS1. But I have, again, seen like full playthroughs of both. I know what all happens in both. Technically, I have finished Lunar 1 in that I played through the PSP port, Lunar Silver Star Harmony. I played through that all the way. Oh, with only a moderate amount of cheat codes, if I remember right. Just to kind of help with the grind. I guess technically Undertale is an RPG. But again, it's a non-standard. Whereas what I'm making is a standard, so it doesn't exactly help with, you know, figuring out how to do a standard RPG. But like, I grew up with games like Quest 60, I keep saying Quest 64. I'm meaning to say Quest for Glory. But you can see why I was struggling with that. They're both quests, you know? Quest 64, Quest for Glory. 4 gods before stars, there's only one. The Earth Scale. Yeah, we've seen this one. Moved through nothing, and where it stepped, land was born. Gods found it dreaming in the deep, feared it. Built the world around it, gently, quietly, so not to wake it. Leave it dream still. Thank you for not waking it now. But like, you know, I grew up with like Quest for Glory. I tried to say Quest 64 again. And Quest for Glory is not an like, technically, yes, you level up and you build stats and things like that. But it's not an RPG. It's an adventure game. Got a question about UFO 50? Okay. No. The RPG like that is on UFO 50, I never even played. So... I was gonna save that as like... I was gonna save that to do like a full series, like separate from all the other UFO 50 stuff. And then after I did all the other UFO 50 stuff, I then forgot to ever actually go back and do the RPG game. So... we did have to start a file at one point in order to access the console for the UFO 50 MetaQuest. But we never actually played the RPG. I don't even remember what the RPG was called. Oh, yeah, I, I was kind of just saying, like, I grew up more on the, like, adventure and, like, point and click genre over the, like, RPG genre. I grew up with the puzzle solving kind of games. And so to me, like, creating dungeons and things is like puzzles, there's got to be puzzles, like Zelda. But I can't make puzzles. My brain doesn't work that way. Like, I've never been good at the creation of puzzles. I mean, there were a lot of good games in UFO 50. None of them really would help with, like, figuring out how to do, like, an RPG outside of the one RPG game that they have in there. But there are, there's 50 games. But a lot of what is in the UFO 50 is like either the side-scrolling, platforming type thing. Did you have a couple of the like adventure point-and-click things? Well, I guess they have one. It's the Night Manor. I don't know that they have more than, I don't know that any of the others really count as like point-and-click adventure title. So but they do have like, Avianos, which is like an RTS. Or it's not an RTS, it's a TBS, turn-based strategy, instead of real-time strategy. That's a turn-based strategy. And they have a couple of turn-based strategies. I'm really bad at strategy games, just as a whole. Like, I have never beaten Warlords Battlecry without cheat codes. And that's like my favorite RTS game. I've played many like turn-based and real-time strategy. Warcraft 3, Deadlock, both 1 and 2. Deadlock is fun. It's like a space turn-based strategy. But I've literally never beaten a single turn-based strategy. Or, I've never completed a single strategy game without cheat codes. Like, I've always had to use cheat codes. I've always used them in Deadlock. I've always used them in Warlords Battlecry. I've only ever beaten Warcraft 3 using cheat codes. I am terrible at strategy games. That said, I would love to make a real-time strategy game. Like, if I could, I would turn the Scion War into either an RTS or a Warriors. Like, either one of those would work for the storyline. So, yeah, I mean, I've only played Warcraft 3. I didn't play 1 or 2. But I was a big fan of 3. I really enjoyed 3 back when, you know, I had it. So, I did play Diablo and Diablo 2, plus the Diablo 2 expansion. I did not play the original Diablo expansion. Or, I didn't play the expansion to the original Diablo. You know? Hellfire? Yeah, I think. I didn't actually even know that there was an expansion to the original Diablo until like a couple years ago when I saw Diablo and its expansion on GOG. Cheap on GOG, right? Is it still on GOG? I thought Blizzard pulled it from GOG. Because they were like, we want to sell the games ourselves now because we're a horrible company. You did buy it? Okay. Might have to look at it. I don't remember. Yeah, that's true. I suppose if you already own it, it would still be there for you. So, I'd have to look and see. Because I remember there being a lot of discourse, I think, either at the end of last year or the year before, with Blizzard being like, we're gonna pull Diablo and Warcraft off of GOG because we want to sell it ourselves now. Because freaking, it's not like they're making any money off of World of Warcraft. Two is only on Blizzard site. Okay. I haven't played Diablo 3 or Diablo 4. If I can be completely honest, neither of those ever interested me even a little bit. Like, I was completely disinterested in those. Like, from the moment that they announced them, I was like, nah, I'm good. But I did play 2. Diablo 2 was my introduction to Blizzard. And then after Diablo 2, I got into Warcraft 3. And that was fun. And I enjoyed Warcraft 3 a lot. Or it's just a god-awful attempt at making it more MMO-y. I mean, they really probably should just make a Diablo MMO. Freaking... It's not like they have a story for Diablo anyway. So they could just do whatever the frick they want for an MMO there. Not like World of Warcraft that has a freaking gigantic super like super complex like storyline and like lore that was then ruined. Not just ruined either, but freaking destroyed. Yeah, Warcraft always, but Warcraft's like lore has always been pretty like deep. So, I assume that's what you're talking about anyway. No, Diablo? Oh, okay. I honestly don't remember a lot about Diablo 2, to be fair. Like, I know that the hero from the first one, like, at the end of, you know, Diablo 1, like, gets corrupted and turned into the Wanderer or whatever he was called in Diablo 2. Huh? There's a... like right here, I can interact with the Orling somehow. But only in that spot. That was weird. It's literally considered a waste of time. Oof. That's unfortunate. Like, I do remember, you know, a little bit about Diablo 2, like, the whole, like, world crystal or whatever. And then the, like, soul stones. And, like, Mephisto, Diablo and Baal all were, like, trying to get sealed away with the soul stones because it made them more powerful. Like they were able to like use the power of the stones afterwards, and it like made them more powerful. And then like you go and destroy the stones, and that kills both Mephisto and Diablo. Wow. It kills both, you know, you kill both Diablo and Mephisto by doing that. but then Bale comes in and like steals his soul stone, and then he like tries to go after the world stone, and then Tyrael has to like blow it up. That's what I remember. So the Diablo 2 remake was good? That's good. When they did announce Diablo 3, I was like, what really can you do when, like, you killed Diablo in the second one and then blew up the freaking world crystal, you know? Like, what more can you really do? And then I heard that it was bad, and I was like, I'm not surprised. But then, like, they made an expansion, and that was supposedly, like, even worse. And then they did a mobile game, and Blizzard was like, we're gonna do a mobile game, and everybody booed. And Blizzard was like, what? Don't you all have phones? It's like, really? Blizzard has just been a terrible company for years, honestly. The last, like, 10 years or so have just been bad. Like, I hate to say it, but we really just need to let Blizzard die. Like, seriously. Like, we really just need to let Blizzard Entertainment die. Like, it's okay. You know? Like, that you don't have to let them hurt you anymore. Ugh. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, freaking, I would be down to going back to World of Warcraft Classic Era. And by Classic Era, I mean like Wrath of the Lich King. You know, Vanilla, Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King. But freaking Cataclysm was okay. I feel like it was the much needed update that World of Warcraft needed. Like, at the time. Even if the actual, like, expansion itself wasn't great. Everything after that has been total, complete garbage. Freaking Mists of Pandaria was dumb. It was just dumb. Freaking, you're fighting on a continent where anger and death, like, will kill you. and yet you're gonna continue fighting. Like, what? Like, we can't get angry if we, negative emotions literally, like, destroy us. But, we're the Alliance, and we have to fight the Horde. So we're gonna keep fighting and killing these people despite the fact that it's literally destroying us and the world. And I've had people say, like, did you even play the expansion? I'm like, yes. That's what happened. Like, I did play the expansion. That's what happened in the expansion. Maybe in the post expansion patches, like the Thunder King patch and the Siege of Orgrimmar patch. Like, maybe they revealed something in those that I'm missing the context for. But I played Mists of Pandaria through the first, like, patch or two. And it was dumb. Everything about that expansion was dumb. And I hated every part of it. And then that was followed up by Warlords of Draenor, which was an okay expansion. It wasn't great. But it wasn't terrible, like a lot of people make it out to be. But enough people made it out to be so bad that Blizzard cut the story, and that made the expansion bad. I think if they had just told their story, people would look back on it pretty fondly. But Blizzard was like, oh, people hate this? Well, I guess we're just gonna not complete the expansion then. And then they did Legion, which had the makings of what could have been a good expansion. Except that it was all about going after the pillars of creation. And like 90% of that didn't involve the Burning Legion at all. And so it was like, you start with this big combat with the Burning Legion, and then they don't appear again until like the end of the story. And it's like, huh? And because they were doing the whole, you can do the zones in any order thing, like, the story was completely disconnected, and nothing you did really actually mattered in regards to, like, each other zone. But when you got to the end, where you had, like, Sumeria, whatever the final zone was, and then you got into, like, the going to Argus and stuff, like, that was cool. But the rest of the expansion was not Great. But then of course they followed that up with Battle for Azeroth, which was, I mean, it exists, I guess. And then of course, you know, you had Shadowlands, which got completely rewritten 6 months prior to release. And they turned the one good guy into the villain. And the villain into the good guy. And just made an absolutely worthless expansion that ended up with us fighting the most powerful being in existence at that time. And we just walked in and punched him a few times and he died. Like, we needed the help of the freaking Titans to defeat Argus. And this guy was supposedly stronger. But we just walked in and punched him a few times and he was dead. And at that point they realized, oh crap, like, we're doing bad. Like, people hated Shadowlands so much. Like, we actually did bad. So then they went to Dragonflight, which, if there was a story at all in Dragonflight, I have yet to find it. And then that brings us to the really crappy War Within, where they seem to have completely forgotten that the plot of the expansion was that we were going underground to fight against, you know, the Void and freaking what's her name? Because they decided that we were going to fight goblins. And I swear I remember Gallywix was straight up dead. But I guess he came back. But like, I'm 90% sure that he had just straight up died in BFA. Like, we had killed him. Like, he was in the Shadowlands. But apparently he was still alive, and we had to fight him and kill him again. And then they decided that instead of, you know, continuing the War Within, we needed to go fight the most powerful enemy, the most powerful Void Force in existence. You know, what should have been the final boss of the Midnight expansion, which is us fighting the Void. And don't even get me started on the freaking, like, Xal'atath got sealed away inside of the Darkheart, and then Locust Walker picked up the Darkheart, and then that freed Xal'atath somehow, and put Locust Walker inside of the Darkheart. but then, like, she just picks it up without any problem? Like, shouldn't they have then swapped places again? I don't know. I don't understand. Oh, and let's also not forget the whole, you know, introducing a race that's like directly tied to Azeroth. That then they just didn't do anything with after that reveal. I know somebody's gonna say, Serene, they did it. They're gonna do something with that in Midnight. Except that it should have been the War Within. Why bother introducing the characters when they're literally not doing anything with them? Like, could have just saved them for the next expansion. I'm just saying. Especially with, you know, the whole, they're directly, you know, like, a part of Azeroth. And she is their, like, straight up goddess. And, like, they came to us because they were, like, in desperate need of help. And we were like, sure, we'll help you. And then we didn't. Like, I'm sorry, there were so many plot threads that they just ignored. Because, well, we're going to do it in Midnight. No, these things should have been in War Within, because then Midnight is us going off and fighting the Void. Freaking, that's the whole point. I'm sorry, but that's not how you tell a story. Purchase, purchase, purchase. Any nighttime events out here? Yeah, Star Shard. Let's go. Oh, did it already? I think this is a bug. That is supposed to be a meteor that then creates this. But it hasn't done the thing. But the pieces are here. They're just not visible. See that? Like, those would have appeared once that crashed. But it seemed to be just floating there instead. Also, it's so illuminated. Oh, there's more there. I don't know if this goes away the next day or if it stays. But I don't seem to be able to mine anything else. But it's still glowing as if something's there. But I don't think there is anything else here. I think that's just a bug because that hasn't done its thing. So, oh well. Star Shards! Star Shards are cool. I mean, not that I don't already get a bunch of star shards from the Orling, though, so kind of doesn't really matter. I mean, I've got 905 because I keep giving stone to the Orling. Got 34,000 stone. Oop, I didn't put anything in these. Good thing I noticed this. Mellow Spike, Meyerberry, Mirthshade, Night Blush, Nightshade, Scarlet Tip, Sea Fallow, Skydrop, Tiger Melon, and that just leaves Velvanite. Unless I can also put the Sun Apples in here. I probably can. So, Sun Apples and the Velvanite are all that I haven't made gem of yet. At least out of what I have. Once winter comes, I'm going to assume there's going to be more berries that I don't have yet. I didn't make any crystals because we're pretty much good on... I didn't make any more gems because we're pretty much good on all of those. What am I making? Okay, yeah, I have all of that already being made. Cool. I'm not currently selling these, but I think I might want to expand the store and make it so that I am selling these at some point. So maybe I'll just go ahead and start getting the other gems manufactured. Is there any other ethers that I'm in need of? I've got the Blue Sky being made. I have the Fern Bright being made. I have the Honey Glow being made. I'm not sure what the white one is. That might be Lunacite. It doesn't look like I have any Lavendrite being made. Because none of these are purple. Yeah. So let's do that. Get some of that made. With that said, though, that is the end of day 33. And thus we come to day 34. Hey, the beginning of winter already. Day 34. Everything is snowy, even inside. Oh, we got a dragon. Black dragon? Yes, Rubius. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's Rubius. Velvet Frost, berries. Cool. Oh! And we have a giant floating piece of land mass coming by. Cool. Well, we're in winter. Where we can get velvet frost berries, fay peaches, and a few other things, I'm sure. You know, that I haven't discovered yet. So, craft something today, it'll be ready by tomorrow. Don't forget to check your storage. That's Farmer Flan. Okay. Cool. Are these still sun apples? Yeah, those are always just sun apples. Alright. Coolies. Well, I think with this, we'll go ahead and end things off for now. Hey, next stream, winter. You know? So that should be fun. Next stream will be getting into our first winter. So I'm curious to see how that goes. Ooh, voice crack. I'm curious to see how that goes. I'm gathering stuff even though it's not gonna save. So there's the landmass. Just giant floating piece of land moving across the sky here. That's literally all that is. It's just a giant piece of floating land. I don't know what it is. I assume that there's nothing special to it, since it's all the way out there in like Titan territory, so you would never be able to actually reach it. Plus it's all the way up there, so you'd really never be able to actually reach it, you know? Like there's no way to get up that high. So kind of curious about winter. Yeah, I am too, so we'll definitely have to, you know, see about it next time. So, next Teddy's Haven stream, you know? There'll be Winter Wonderland time. So, I mean, there'll probably be sometime next week, like usual. So, I've been doing these once a week. Usually, you know, I stream it after there's an update, you know. So, but yeah, it doesn't seem like the family that's here is going to affect the streams that heavily. Like, there might not be any streams over, like, the weekend here from the sounds of things. But I can probably still get one in maybe tomorrow and or Friday. So, just kind of depends on how I feel. Well, it's going to depend on how I feel. Because I remember I have tooth extraction tomorrow. So, I might not be up to streaming tomorrow because I have to have one of my very few remaining teeth taken. Hopefully getting my dentures after that won't take too long. Unfortunately they have to do the extraction first so that they can then take pictures and be like, okay, this is what we need, and send that info to the insurance. So it'll be a while before there's any chance of me getting the dentures, unfortunately. Take care of your teeth, people. You don't want to be freaking only in your 30s and you're already getting dentures. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Like, it's absolutely stupid, man. Freaking in my 30s and I'm getting dentures. Anyway, if you're watching the VOD over on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. Come on out, twitch.tv/Serene Inc., where these are streamed live. You can come on out, hang out with us, all of that. You can also check the playlist for the other streams. You know, because this is what, the 10th one? I think this is the 10th VOD of Teddy's Haven, so it's been 2.5 months since I bought this game. That's insane. But yeah, more stuff to come, maybe sometime. I don't know. We'll see. And I guess check out Patreon if you want some cool bonus stuff as well. So next time, winter. See you later.